Hello, hello. Good evening, everyone. How's it going? Hey, Silver Witches. Welcome. We're back. It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. It's hamburger day. It's the day you repay your hamburger debts. I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. Most people don't know that reference. That reference is older than I am. Well, hopefully everyone's doing good. Everyone's having a good day. Mine's been okay. I have my Dutch class today. I took my practice K&M test, which is Dutch Society test. I did better this time. It was the same test I took before, though. It was practice test. Same one I took before, and I did loads better, but I worry. I did know some of it better, but I worry I learned some patterns. But, still got time. I got less than 2 weeks, actually, but... but yeah. You don't know that? It's an old Popeye reference. There's a character on there named Wimpy. He loves hamburgers. And he would normally go like, I will gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. It's old Popeye cartoons. I used to watch them. I used to like Looney Tunes and stuff like that. So it's a reference older than me. Hey, Digi. So today we're going to play the new Stanley Parable game. Fun fact, one of your favorite games ever. I do love Stanley Parable. I haven't played the Ultra Deluxe. So the Ultra Deluxe is the new one. I've never played it before, but I have played the original Stanley Parable and the one that was a Gmod thing. Originally, before it became its own game, it was a Gmod map thing. And so then they made their own game. And I played that. And so this new one, I've not played the new one. Also, another fun fact, playing Stanley Parable was the first YouTube video I ever made. It was the very first one. It's the first Stanley Parable #1, first video on my YouTube channel. back when I tried to do YouTube. Didn't work out. That was 8 years ago. Jeez. So now my YouTube's just a Twitch archive, but but so yeah, and I don't think I've played Stanley Parable since then, so I don't even have the achievement of play the game like 5 years later. I need to do that. What's referencing a what? Oh, earlier I said I will gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. Because I was saying today is the day you pay your hamburger debts. Because it's Tuesday. And it's an old Popeye reference. So yeah, I don't know how blind this is going to be. Because I know this is like they've added content to this. But I don't know what they've added or anything. I haven't even booted up the game because I wouldn't put it past them to do something with me just loading the game. So if I load it and like the volumes are crazy, I apologize. When we're old. Well, honestly though, that cartoon is older than we are. I just watched it. They used to do reruns of it when I was a kid. Even then, that one's older than us. Okay, I'm gonna boot up. So again, apologies if it's like ultra loud or something. I've not booted it before. We also had reruns of them. Yeah, I mean they don't really show those anymore, I don't think. The Popeye live action film is fantastic. I heard about that. Wait, did they actually? Oh no, wait, yeah, there was the live action. I was thinking about the 3D one that got scrapped. Unfortunately. Because what, it got replaced. It got replaced with the Emoji Movie or something. It was Robin, was it? It was Robin Williams. Well, you're doing stream maintenance. Hopefully OBS is friend again. Hopefully so. 3D is being developed again since it got picked up by another studio. Yeah, I kind of heard that. Do we want subtitles? Of course we want subtitles. Have I played Stanley Parable before? Yes, I have. Please adjust your slider until the computer is barely visible. I don't typically do that because it tends to make it darker for everyone viewing. So good enough. Please enter the current time. You could just read my computer game. Oh, it's 12-hour time. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, no, wait, hang on. Could just wait for it to pop over to 40. Oh, there it went. Okay. No, accessibility settings can be accessed from the main menu. Okay. Please, Popeye did such a fantastic job. I don't know if I almost feel like I vaguely remember there being a live action one, but I can't remember. Hey, Jerry S. Love that there's a subtitle option right at the start. Yeah, that's nice of them to do. Okay, let's make an adjustment. Assume that'll be fine. Video, sure, that's okay. If it ends up lagging, we'll fix it. You can just let me know if it ends up like doing weird things. Should be okay. I'm not using a controller. Okay. Yeah, it's even got it's got an FOV slider. So welcome back to Stanley Parable. This is where I began my YouTube career. I don't have a YouTube career. I tried to have one, but this was the first video game I ever played on my YouTube channel. And in fact, I played it several times because I wasn't good at what I did and things got messed up, like audio and video, and I had to replay some parts again and pretend I didn't play it before. But yes, so we're going to get to play this. I've not played it, so I'm curious to see what new stuff they've added, and plus just revisit it. Horse acting. Would it have been, let's see, 8 years ago? Yeah, it would have been during horsey time. Actually, yeah, it would have been, of course, because the image, my profile image on my YouTube is the same as it has always been. I've never updated the art or anything. It's really old. It's just a Twitch archive now. You forgot I was a flesh tuber. Yeah, you know, I didn't want people back then to know I was a horse. People judge you for stuff like that. MOP Gen 4 would have just started going. Yeah, about 8 years ago. Well, 8 years ago we would have been a couple seasons in, maybe? I think. Anyway, ready to get started? Let's get started. Hopefully I'm not in the way.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Supposedly. Want to use playing Stanley Parable as an interview tool? Sit applicants down with it for 20 minutes and see where they get? See what happens if I just don't touch anything. I haven't even touched the keyboard yet. So yeah, it started 10, 10, 10. I was thinking it was an even number. So how's everyone else doing? Let me get the broom covered ending. It's one of your favorites. I would say let me know if it's running smooth, but I'm not doing anything, so. I mean, it says it's 60 frames a second. Alright, I'm about to touch the mouse and keyboard. It's a very complex 1994 computer right there. Alright, I'm gonna touch it. Everything look good. I'm gonna touch it. I'm gonna touch it. Yeah, I was thinking it was like 5 minutes if you stay in here. I think if you just stay in the room for like 5 minutes and eventually, He hates Mondays. Why do you hate Mondays? Wait. Can't jump. I got the achievement you can't jump. And get your first achievement. I didn't try to jump. I didn't actually hit the space bar. But I'm making key press noises just by touching the mouse? Is that giving... Oh, the clock is actually giving the real time. I think. No, it's actually ahead. My clock is slightly ahead of my clock. Shut the door, maybe.
But Stanley simply
There we
couldn't
go.
handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
And there we go. Well, we beat Stanley Parable.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make
no.
a decision?
They locked
What
me
if
in
a
this time?
crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait.
GG, retired
Nothing will hurt
champion.
me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley
my
waited.
pencils.
Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer.
Happy button room.
Here it comes.
Wait, what? Alright, fine. I'll leave the office.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. You know what? I'll do what it says. We'll do exactly what it says. I will not stray.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay. Door on the left.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Sounds like a great idea. Let's go up there.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Hello, boss. Hi.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened
Technically, I
passageway.
shouldn't have entered because I wasn't supposed to know that.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Okay. That's what it tells me to do.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I don't know. You tell me. You're telling the story.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Where's 427? There it is. Is it my first time playing this? I've played the original. I haven't played this one.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Alright. Must be a mind control facility if the narrator is telling you how to proceed. Good point, actually. Being controlled by the narrator. I'll turn it off.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Ah. Happy Stanley. There we did. We beat the game. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this. Thank you guys for joining me today. I think this was great. Well, I guess I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys on Thursday, right? Okay, bye. Alright, that was great. It was only slightly shorter than the My Little Pony game. Alright. So we did exactly what was asked.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Well, found the new content yet? No, not yet. Oh, we just started. I just beat the game regular. We did as we were told. Turn that off. We're leaving doors open around here. Ooh. let me in. The game has a very subtle way of introducing the new content. Oh. No. Not stopping me from going back.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Of course, you know we gotta go on the other one.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
It's a nice room.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Good point. Look, can you still hear me tapping keys?
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
I know, he's just appreciating art. Getting himself a little drink.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Coffee. It's been so long since I've played the very first game. It's like bringing back memories. All right, we'll move on, I guess.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Heal.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Do not lie. If you're lying right now, stop. You created a burger farm in Terraria? How have you got a burger farm? There's the obvious one.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really I'm not. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Lots of death created these burgers.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Computer's off this time. It's gonna have me check that every go round. Imagine if we could imagine if we could make a body shooting Conan. Imagine that.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Well, there's danger everywhere. Danger, danger. No buckets, Pat. What has happened here?
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
You know I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna misbehave.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
It's the bucket from the Conan mod. Oh no. That's why you're not allowed to add the bucket.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
What color? Well, if I'm colorblind.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
The G5 Danger song is the best animated sequence in the movie, but the best song is fit right in. Ooh, did we have a bot? We had a bot. We can get followers. Oh man, but I want followers.
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer
How have you not
textures.
built this room? It's been
what
8
you
years.
wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did.
You had 8
and in
years
the
to
end,
build
it was
this
all
place.
for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Love how pissed he gets. And so Stanley deleted the bot and moved on. Oh, you son of a bitch.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Which is higher?
A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Good old Neil is still on the board. Oh, there I am. Wow. Have I played There's No Game Wrong Dimension? I can't remember. No, I haven't played it. I've seen play of it. It is, from all I've seen, a very good game. Narrator got distracted playing GTA 5 for 8 years and never got around to it. Dead rat outranked me. Oh no. Oh no, poor ratty friend. Oh. Poor ratty. Where do you want me to go, you loser? Back in here, huh?
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors?
We gotta be sassy.
Honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
Oh,
perfect. Let me boot it up.
Oh, this is one of my favorite little games.
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice.
There's danger
But of
everywhere,
course,
the sign
the
says.
message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
There's actually something legit if you do it for 4 hours.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
Have you seen me play
Because
Fallout
if it's the
4?
latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here?
Here we go.
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Oh, it's different.
Ah, fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory?
Firewatch.
What is our motivation?
It used to be Minecraft.
But it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man, spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted, erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
It used to be Minecraft when you did it. Now it's Firewatch. That line hit you hard the first time you heard it. You couldn't stop laughing. Gonna have a live stream one day. It's just you playing baby game. Firewatch was a good game. It did start off like, yeah, you're kind of creepy. We're playing Firewatch. All right, guys, we're playing Firewatch now. In the original, it was Minecraft. I thought maybe it'd load up Terraria or something. I thought maybe they'll be sly and change it. I was right, but the wrong game.
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
What? No, let me play this. This is a good game.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
What? No!
Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call.
Oh, you bastard.
You really wandered off into that thing.
That big, open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. No. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Oh, no. I mean, this seems to have big insurmountable walls.
This will be just the thing.
Oh, no. What?
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had
Rocket
in
League?
mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in.
Oh no,
there
it's
isn't
Rocket
any
League.
possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Well, it even says Rocket League right over there.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see.
He
There are
knows
lots
about
of
Conan
cars here in the
Exiles.
back, but obviously
Hey,
there's
Dragonic
no
dude.
racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun.
Yay,
we shall
sports
run
ball.
the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Give me the ball. Vroom vroom. Which team am I on? Oh.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Hold on. What are you doing?
Uh-oh. I changed it.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
I broke it. I broke it even more. We all love sports ball. We're gonna do the touchdowns. Whee. As the game has changed by Daft Punk, Tron Legacy OST. Oh no. I've gone somewhere else. Fuck you, voice. I'm gonna be an author. Oh, there's a light. Hello? Oh.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Void. The void. Ugh. Going
All of
again.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Hang on, isn't there?
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble
Hey,
cause.
Illumina Nexus.
Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Oof, getting tired. Ugh.
No, I'm still not feeling it.
Oh?
I want this achievement to have meant something.
Okay.
It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417. Where's door 417? Missing a computer. Do we think this is new content? Have we passed it? There's 415. Ugh. Oh, here it is.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437. Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so. Now, back to door number 437.
Oh, yeah, we're doing it. No, I'm feeling it.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
Oh, yeah, let's do it. Come on.
All right, back to room 417.
Oh,
I'm
hell
really
yeah.
feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes, this is great. You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Oh, we're doing it. Where's 416? Which door is 416? Wait, where's 416? Wait, where is 416? Is it... but if I go through here... Did I miss it?
When Stanley came to a
Damn it,
set
I think
of
I
two
missed it.
open doors, he entered the door on his left.
New content door was 416. Shoot. Oh, we can go back to
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee.
Can we'll go back here.
All of his co-workers. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Yeah, I think maybe
Say,
the
I'm
new
still not
content
feeling
door,
the
yeah.
satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
This is where Moon gets a mouse-shaped indent in the hoof.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
I think it was beyond the unmarked door in the printer room.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437. Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so. Now, back to door number 437.
Might have to do the new content first. Because I think, yeah, that might be the door.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine. All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
Why can't I do it now? Why can't I actually do it now? Game, are you messing with me?
Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Yeah, it might be the new content door. We'll do it then. We'll catch that one. All right, new content. Oh, here it is.
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
I thought it was going to trap me in there if I went in.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley.
Well,
Nothing could hold
smoke.
you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
Well, again, thank you guys for joining today. I hope you guys... Alright, I guess we'll go through the new content door. It seems to be shoving it in my face.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
There's also a Gmod map before
The
that.
Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Is there anything special with door 420? Not yet. Hope all games going forward just have a new content door.
Okay, so far it's an elevator.
Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if the... Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
It's just a crossover with There Is No Game. Okay.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Yeah, why not? I can jump! I can jump for the first time ever! This is amazing! Oh man, this is worth it. I would pay just for this alone. Oh. I'm out of jumps. Well, it was all so fleeting. I felt like it wasn't long enough. Bit depressed now.
Why? Because it's science, that's
All
why.
right. Well, jump circle was pretty good. I liked it.
Is that it?
What do you mean, is that it?
Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Oh, no, I had to pay double for that.
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of
Good
this
luck
game
on
are
the
not positive.
upcoming Minecraft
It's just
parkour map.
elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for
no.
exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Okay, what do we got? We got a chair. We got a clock. Yeah. we're hitting the successes today.
Shoot, let's get crazy.
Oh heck yeah. What we got? Oh hell. Oh,
That's it?
thank you.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality
did I get
assurance
it?
department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
I was having a good time. Oh. I think you've I don't think I'm in the right place. Hello. Yeah, that was fun. I really enjoyed the new content. I honestly, you know, wasn't expecting that much. You know, a lot of games put in new content. You know, it doesn't seem like much, but this one, I really got into it. I felt like, you know, I could feel the love that went into the creation of it, and I don't know. I mean, so many never put that level of really trying into it.
Psst. Stanley,
What?
come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
But what if? Oh, fine. Yeah. Where's the horse armor? Ah, good point. I didn't get any armor. No battle royale mode. Yeah, where's Stanley Parable battle royale?
Shake hands with danger.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it
keep
got me
saying
thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it.
You can do
Just
stupid
our
things.
little secret. Take a look.
Whoa. Narrator, what have you done? What is this? Oh my.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
You have one of these memory zones?
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Ah, good times. We got Stanley Parable, the indie box collector's edition. Can't zoom in though, unfortunately. Audience award. Will you be Stanley? Will you be Stanley next to me? Like back when... Nice. Will you be standing next to me like we were back in 2013? The British Academy of Film and Television Arts, Stanley Parable. Good times. Good times. Our first kiss, my first car, the release of Stanley Parable in 2013. 20th time is 2013. The original remake. Wait, hang on. Linguists identify 15,000-year-old ultra conserved words. The Washington Post. 6 components of a great corporate culture. John Coleman, Harvard Business. Yeah, because the original Stanley Parable was a remake. Smile because it happened. Is that their first dollar? Go outside. I don't actually have that achievement. I haven't loaded up the game since then. Don't know if I've gotten that one. British Academy of Film and Television Arts. Development team. Need to save up funds for the software that lets you throw things. I forgot what to fill it with. What? Oh, the thing that lets you like chuck stuff at your VTuber. Does it even work on 2D? Because I was looking at one and it doesn't work on 2D models yet. New video game released today. Creator surprisingly down to earth. Rucker goes from scandal to new crisis. It's an OBS plugin, so theoretically, yeah. You have to let me know what it is. Colleges show uneven effort to enroll poor. Costs hinder new tack to achieve diversity. Ooh, 50%. Man, this was 2013. 50% off designer hats. But a small creature owns the other half. Late edition today. Sunny, hot, humid. Okay. You'll have to send it to me like in Discord or something. Los Angeles Times. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. Can't read anything else. Twitch integrated throwing system is now fully released. This program allows your chat to bully you, which is possible. Can be used with or without VTube Studio to let people throw items at your face. This program is an OBS overlay. Interesting. There was one I was looking at that said they planned to make it for 2D models, but they hadn't done it yet. So maybe that's the one. Yeah, I want to get like interaction stuff. As once the testing stuff is over. In loving memory of little Stanley. Little Stanley.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where
Nice.
so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created."
They used her
Did you
name.
hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
They legit contacted them about updating it. Yeah, that's what I heard. I had heard that there was something with them in it, and they had contacted them about it. Adding the proper name. From BigSushi.fm. Also, I want to go back. The song was starting to play. Hugs the depressed narrator. You want a drone to drop on you when there's a new follow. That'd be cute. I wonder how, I wonder what kind of, how process heavy it is. Ugh, sorry, getting myself a little bit cozy. Don't read any reviews except this one. How do you review a game like the Stanley Parable? Describe any one part of it is to risk its ruination. To detail what it has to say about game design, the illusion of choice, and the psychology of the gamer is to tell you too much. Comparisons too are going to be woefully inadequate. Perhaps its closest cousin would be Dear Esther, but where Dear Esther wastes the form of interactive entertainment, Stanley Parable uses and then subverts it. Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art. Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created. Even so, holding the game to the standards of any other titles simply not going to be correct. So, how do you review what has become known as the Stanley Parable HD, the full-scale reimagining of one of the most intriguing mods available online? How do you discuss it, analyze it, and recommend it? It's quite simple. You don't. Portal? Why you got Portal in here? Or was there a Portal section in the original? There might have been, actually. Oh yeah, there's the there was the Minecraft one. Yeah, there was a Portal one, wasn't there? Tasteful and nostalgic. It was good. The most famous room in all of Person of the Year. The buttons. Oh, hello. Who's up there?
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
People play games because of what they can do inside them, and your game is very good at letting them know they can't do anything. Literally anything. Gosh. I've always been someone who wants to go the wrong way first in games. When I sense that a game is trying to usher me down a particular path, to get me to run from left to right, or maybe charge straight ahead. I need to satisfy my instinct to go against the grain, to explore, to see what the designers have put back the other way. Sometimes I find a one-up or a collectible stashed away to reward me for my intrepid behavior. At other times, my explorations are rewarded only by the crushing disappointments of running up against an invisible wall. Whatever I find or don't find, my action is a manifestation of my desire to exert some independence, to make my own choice within a system that severely limits my options and encourages certain specific behaviors. The Stanley Parable feels alive in its responsiveness to your choices and its desire to subvert your expectations to keep you on your toes. Think of the Stanley Parable as a sort of video game analog for Charlie Kaufman and Spike Jonze's brilliant film adaptation, which gently mocked the ways at which so many films manipulate audiences with formulaic plot twists and situations in which characters learn huge life lessons while simultaneously moving me with its formulaic plot twists and situations in which characters learn huge life wait, did I just... No, it's the same. It's the same line. Stanley Parable is both a rich, stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and other systems too, like our workplace and our families. And a game that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. Going the wrong way has never felt so right. I can't. The serious room. Okay. Sir, you've blocked me in. I'll have to go the other way. Well, you obviously opened the door behind me. What's up?
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
Well, that's why we're here, aren't we?
Hang on.
What?
I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Whoa.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years.
Uh-oh.
I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh no. Oh no.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
I wanted to read that whole thing. It's from that review is from 2018. Read the others. Yeah, don't look, narrator.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh, dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Well, a good idea for a game. It becomes very repetitive and boring fast, despite all the alternative endings and game cameo appearances. This game is titled Thought-Provoking, but you'll get the idea. It tries to communicate pretty fast, and when it's just repeating the whole no choice in games things over and over again. For somebody who prefers non-linear games, preaching this, yeah, okay. Man, the Steam review place isn't a pretty place. What's funny is that there's literally no such thing as non-linear game.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
In we go.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people, and if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just
gonna
yet,
loop, but let's
until
wait.
245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000
Gonna make this your intro
years,
audio?
until just yesterday, here and there, forward
You gotta
and
do
back,
the whole
and
thing,
never a
though.
moment before lunchtime.
Gotta go until he
Can't
stops.
be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... the story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture.
Are you satisfied?
It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions
perfect time to grab
until
a
so
snack.
much more than forever ago, which is why I say... the story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore
No,
by
it's like
becoming
cereal,
it is,
are you-
so on and so forth.
Supposed to be
until
guys
inevitably
oatmeal.
We all until
Oatmeal,
the
are
end
you
of
crazy?
time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No,
just
until
looping.
245. That the logic
Might
of
be an
elimination
achievement
working
for
backwards,
waiting for
the
him to do
deduction
this.
therefore becomes.
Fine.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more
gonna
profound
keep going,
such
isn't he?
ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been?
I'm not allowed to
every choice
erect in the
which you've ever
sanctuary
given
of
your
time.
great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel. that
I
is
mean, if
rich
he
with
took the time to
ambition,
read these lines, we're
ambitious
gonna listen
history,
to
if
him.
you will. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations.
Go the other
All right, here we go.
To answer
Treatise,
Moon loses her mind and circles
manifesto,
repeatedly around the same room with the
treatise,
narrator narrates on loop.
manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto,
Alright, guys.
treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto.
We're gonna make this word sound horrible.
Treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise.
Alright, which do you guys
manifesto,
prefer?
Treatise.
Do you prefer
manifesto,
treatise or manifesto?
treatise, manifesto.
Let's see what kind of camps we got
manifesto,
going here.
And
treatise,
just beat the devil out of
manifesto,
You
treatise,
prefer
manifesto,
manifestos, but you were on treatise just a moment ago.
Treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise.
You respect only one manifesto.
Treatise, manifesto.
Oh, we got we're splitting
Treatise,
here. We're splitting. We
manifesto,
got treatise and
treatise,
manifestos
manifesto,
going on here.
treatise,
We're
manifesto,
splitting.
treatise, manifesto,
We got treatise
Treatise,
or manifesto.
manifesto,
Clipper clop.
manifesto, treatise.
Put a poll up. Which one we got?
Treatise,
Go vote on the
manifesto,
poll.
Treatise, manifesto.
You gonna go treatise or manifesto?
Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. treatise, manifesto, treatise,
You will be
manifesto,
graded on your answer.
treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto,
Marco.
treatise, manifesto.
That's a different test.
Treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise.
Hope you guys are voting on the poll.
Treatise, manifesto, 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 treatise.
That's a lot of nuts!
Manifesto
Treatise.
won, 67%, huh?
Treatise.
All right. It's
Manifesto.
manifesto. We're going with
Treatise.
manifesto. All right.
Treatise. Manifesto.
We're pretty certain this can be used as some kind of torture.
Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto.
Let's see, we could
Treatise. Manifesto.
could just put this on like
Manifesto.
could do
Treatise.
like a
Manifesto.
you know, like a
Treatise.
sleep stream.
Manifesto.
You watch me stream, but this
Treatise.
audio just plays in the
Manifesto.
background.
Treatise. Manifesto. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over.
Here we
Oh,
go
I can't
again.
wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of
Shepherd
the wording,
Rex,
perhaps.
Shepherd Rex.
To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place.
Yeah, you
I
can.
guess I should become better educated
You can-
on
you can-
exactly
yeah, you
how
can edit
Steam
your
works.
Your
Perhaps
reviews.
that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are
Lord.
forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption.
I swear
You
to
may
God,
change,
if someone
and
didn't
you may
leave this
become
as a
more,
review,
so much more than you were before.
I will be
If
sorely
there is any
disappointed.
message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again.
Oh no, here it
It's
goes.
simply too wonderful. I have to experience this just one more time. From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated,
Oh,
and
you
we
know
can
what's
say
gonna-
goodbye to it and
Wait.
wait. How do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one
We're-
can
we're
enter
gonna
a room
skip
without
so
a door
much-
of
we're
some
gonna
sort, or a
skip
window
so
or something
forward.
like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole?
A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to
Love that the
please
loop was
step
broken on the
away
last
from
one.
skip button to go anywhere other than the skip
It
button.
didn't
Wasn't
happen on
there
your
before,
playthrough?
wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall?
Hang on.
Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another.
Look, I'm trying my
going
best
to step
here.
away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip
All
button.
right.
Got it?
Okay.
Yes, good. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm still trying to get out of here. Gonna be 4 parallel universes ahead. Here's a fun science fact. It's technically possible to walk through a wall. He's gonna come back. Do we think he comes back? He probably does, but you probably gotta wait here for like too long. You might come back. By doing the action of walking into a wall many times, eventually all the atoms in your body would line up with the ones in the wall, allowing you to pass. Has anybody done that? How's the rat division? There was a bit of a scuff today. In fact, Jack's looking at me. He wants out. Also, at some point, Sparrow has injured his leg, and we're not sure how. He hobbles and holds it when he walks, so we're not sure. Keeping an eye on it. It doesn't look swollen or discolored, but he might have just sprained his hip or something. But yeah, there was a fight today because they were being good, so we added a box, and we think Jack got startled because he was inside the box, and then Sparrow walked in, and then a fight ensued. So, make a hole in a wall, walk through the hole. Congrats, you walked through a wall. When you pass through a hole, that was in a wall. Is he gonna come back? Does he actually come back? Are we just sitting here? Are we just sitting here not doing anything? Hey, snowy motorcycle. He doesn't come back? Okay. It's one of those things that if I wasn't streaming it, I would try it. But if I'm streaming it, I don't want to like make you guys just sit here and not watch anything.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times.
Yeah, so he doesn't come back.
There's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time.
What was that?
Just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been
Someone's
doing?
watching.
Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story.
Oh,
None of
this.
that matters anymore.
And this.
I'll give it all up. I'll give up Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity. For what
Oh, the sound is the button coming out. Oh. Oh no. Where? Oh no. Is he gone? We're gonna end up like jumping to the end of the world, aren't we? This is what's gonna happen. The building is gonna be like dilapidated. We're going to the end of the world. Oh. No? Well, we could stay and listen to this for an hour. Yeah, he's dead. Do it. Dear. Yeah, I'll go on break. You guys can listen to this. My day has been okay. Doing a lot of studying lately. Alright. Yeah, here, you guys listen to this. I'll be right back.
Why? Because it's science, that's why.
Gonna have me some chips. Tasty.
Trumpy, you can do stupid things.
Chip.
Shoot, let's get crazy.
Shake hands with danger.
It's cheating if you cover it up.
Hey, what'd I say about puns?
To jam them up, mate.
That's right.
Okay.
All right, fine.
And just beat the devil out of him.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to
he's
speak
back.
to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain
Nina.
us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he went, shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability.
Give
It's
it
the
100 bits like
unwillingness to
unicorn.
examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get.
Pinky, my
We get these
favorite? Yeah, the
demands
main
that seek
six, she's my
everything
favorite.
And are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason
he's
other
going
than
so
to do
crazy.
so?
He's ranting
Yes.
about the reviews.
Yes, it seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves.
Oh,
we
wait.
would turn to look at our deeper nature
He's-
and find a
he's
resounding
speaking
emptiness
some dark
gazing
truth
back
here.
with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect,
Chaos
we have
overflow.
demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit.
He's gone again. I think he was having a moment, and then now he's gone again. He's left us.
The end is never the end, is never the end,
God.
is never the end, 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 is never the end.
He just
is never
repeats
the
this,
end,
doesn't he?
Is never the end, 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 is never the end.
You haven't played the
is
Ultra
never
Deluxe
the
version?
end, Is never the end, is never the end, is never
Yeah,
the
he's-
end, is never
he's
the
totally
end,
broken.
Is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end,
Yeah,
is
he's-
never
he's
the
looping.
end, is never the 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 end, is never the
We
end.
broke him.
is
He's
never
done.
the end,
Here,
is never the
I'll go.
end,
We'll
is
go on
never
another
the
break.
end, is never the 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 end.
I won't do
is
that
never
to
the
you.
end, is never the 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 end, is never
That's a
the
lot of
end,
nuts!
is never the end, 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 is never.
Oh, he's gone again.
Do it.
It's never the end, is 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 never the end. It's never the end. It's never the end. It's never the end. It's never the end. Never the end. It's never the end. It's never the end. Well, yeah, it's happening. We're gonna break out. You can see we're seeing daylight. Ugh. This is how we end up at the Portal 2 facility, don't we? Uh-oh. Oh no, is the biosphere gone? Yeah, it looked like a Portal 2 moment. Oh, that's not a good sound. You had to clip that. We're gonna keep going. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh, the building's entirely off kilter. But we've got a way out. Suddenly you find yourself in the back rooms. We're free. We're free. Yep. Head off, Digi. Play some Terraria with folks that require VChat. Alright, have a good one, Digi. I was watching someone play Terraria today and I thought, you know, that is kind of a good time. Oh no, is it the end? But it's the end! Should have been able to keep it going and like gone back to the like they did.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it.
What?
If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Don't do that. Stop it. Feels like someone wants to tell me something. No, okay. I've been trying to contact you about your button's extended warranty. Yeah, I've been trying to reach you about your car's. Well, do you think we can get some new content? We'll go check it out.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Uh-oh. What are we doing? What are we doing, narrator? We're back here again. We can't keep doing this. We can't keep seeing each other like this. He's taking me somewhere else. Well, we don't get to watch the thing anymore. Oh, you skip it. You can't just skip it like that. I control when we skip.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
No way. No way! Guys, first look here. We're getting an exclusive, Stanley Parable 2. It's happening.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Oh, yeah. First look. It's happening. You get to see the... We'll get some sneak peeks on Stanley Parable 2. Testing the printer at this... Testing 2 printers at the same time. Look, there's 2 phones. Although there is 3 trays. We get to go, let's go to the investor showcase.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Hey, look, that third number there in red. The third number, but the second one in red, I guess. It's Twee. That's Dutch. That's Dutch for the number 2. You can taste the sequel. Oh, yeah. Maybe hey, Nelly, let's see if we can get Squat Juice in on this. Let's invest. Using Squat Juice stocks. We have stocks, right? You're on. All right, we're gonna get out on the ground floor of this. Offpaintingk.tga. All right, well let's go check out though. Let's get a little sippy sip. All right. Off painting D. Okay. I mean, there's not a lot of crowd here. We're getting an exclusive look. Is what's happening. What does it say? You can zoom in on things. Ugh. Can't read it. Meeting at 2 p.m. All the 2s are highlighted. They're really going hard on the 2s. Taste the sequel. Sounds like a sales pitch for Starlight Cola. They've taken it too far. So we'll actually get more TSP and better TSP. You get a paradigm shift with energy, brick and mortar approach. It's really good for a good foundation. You get the envelope, client-centric marketing. Color red. Color red tests well with groups. We've tested this over and over. Focus testing. We've even tested on small children when the parents weren't looking. You weren't supposed to hear that. You will forget that. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about Stanley Parable 2 right now. And see, it's win-win. You need to do a Squat Juice commercial one day. Oh, it's the plants. What do we got? Yeah, there's the logo. We got logos happening here. TSP2 logo ideas. That one's pretty good. I like how it's like parroting some of the others. That was a good one. Thanks for attending my meeting. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, this is. I'm getting hyped up about this. I'm getting sold on it. I'm willing to throw all my stocks at this. All of them. Maybe it'll have co-op.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be.
We don't need to worry about that. That's
Take
what
a look at
marketing's
some of the
for.
features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Well, the meeting plan, we got Scrum happening, a design pitch. We have a break. We have another pitch design. We have number 2 chats. 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, 2 arms, 2 legs. Yeah, we'll get the stonks on this. Yeah, we don't need to worry about ideas right now. You get the marketing out, it'll pretty much sell itself. You don't even have to worry about it. The prequel to the Stanley Parable 2 is the sequel to the Stanley Parable is the prequel to the Stanley. Nice. Some clever things. A lot of 2s. They seem to be really focusing down on this. They've got, like, you know, very focused marketing happening. Every pause button is a Roman numeral 2. That's right. Well, they're getting their research down as well. All right. Hey, I'm a valued investor. Let's get in on this. When do we get the Stanley Hyperbole? Well, that depends. If we get into the Stanley Extended Universe, you know, we're still kind of tossing ideas around for that, you know, but we'll see. There's new content. All right. Oh man, it's packed today. Jeez. Feel like I'm never going to get in here and want to ride the new content bus. Can't wait to get your Stanley 2 tote bag. Man, I'm all waiting for like the glasses cleaner. You know, that little piece of fabric to clean your glasses with. Cannot wait. Maybe a coffee mug. Maybe. It's not asking too much.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Okay. All right. Exclusive. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Oh, that'd be fun. Hear your name in the game. Ooh, to check that out. Ooh, we got merch. Hang on. We got merch over here. We cannot walk away empty-hoofed. I saw the new content. Oh, hell yeah. Ugh. Yeah, can I get a... Is nobody working here? This t-shirt is the best new feature. They're back. 2 doors. Nice. Wait, there was a QR code? Where? I didn't... Oh, yeah. Good point. Hang on. Let me see if mine works. Oh, shut up. Fine. Hello? Did you just not access my camera or what? Where does it go? StanleyParable2.com. Welcome to the official website of Stanley Parable 2. Sequel, huh? Okay, hang on. hang on. Yeah, that's exactly where it goes, right there. See if I can bring it up. Let's post this. There we go. Stanley Parable 2. Here we go.
Say there, Timmy. What's that you're enjoying? Why, it's breakfast, of course. Everyone loves breakfast. But did you know that breakfast is getting a sequel? That's right. It's called Lunch. And critics are raving that lunch will be everything breakfast was and more. With a little luck, we may even get a trilogy series out of it. Say, you know what a sequel is, don't you, Timmy? Why, sequels are the world's way of clinging helplessly to the past. We all want more of the things we love, and we're all afraid of change, which is what makes sequels so popular. New ideas are dangerous, Timmy, and they can lead to early aging. This eager-minded young thinker is just 29 years old. That's why we have sequels, to keep us couched in the familiar and the comfortable. Sequels are the bedrock of a healthy, functional society. And if you look around you, you'll find them everywhere you go. For instance, this man is developing a sequel to the automobile, which we'll call the vertical automobile. It's a useless, impractical invention. And in 2 days' time, the man will be publicly stoned to death for his crimes against gravity. Not all sequels are heretical nonsense, however. Here's the man who invented breathing, which is the sequel to suffocating and dying a slow death. Even your parents are getting a sequel, Timmy. Their names are Rob and Jessica, and they'll be taking care of you once your original parents are sent back in time to fight a secret war for the government. Sequels can be very fashionable. This young woman is wearing 5 shirts at once, which is the sequel to wearing 4 shirts at once. Look at Becky over there, wearing only 2 shirts at once. Get with the times, Becky. In fact, there is only one single thing in the world that isn't a sequel. It's this. We don't know what it is or why it exists, but it's the prequel from which all sequels are derived. And just like everything else, the Stanley Parable is getting a sequel too. We all know, of course, that it was your favorite game as a child. Don't you remember those long, lazy afternoons you spent playing the Stanley Parable? Watching your precious youth fritter away hour after hour. We've all wasted our childhoods in one way or another, and you were fortunate enough to get to waste yours on the Stanley Parable. But the Stanley Parable came out years ago, and you're not a child anymore. You're a man, which is like the sequel to
I'm
a
a horse.
child. And as a man, you want manly things like taxes and cheating at baseball. You need a man's video game, Timmy. And that's why the Stanley Parable 2 will be perfect for you. It's as manly as video games can get. And if you don't believe me, let's look at the burly hunk of a man who's responsible for the game. Here he is, hard at work. His name is Gregory 8-Pack, and he's the cutting picture of raw, virile masculinity. Gregory is what we call the ideas guy, and he has the most important role on the team. The ideas guy tirelessly comes up with interesting concepts and then hands them off to the rest of the developers for the relatively simple job of turning those concepts into reality. For example, he's the one who picked up the phone and declared, "Someone ought to make a sequel to the Stanley Parable." Good work, Gregory. Go ahead and take the rest of the day off. With the hard part out of the way, work on the game can now begin. The game's developers must answer a simple question. What makes a sequel in the first
You're a
place?
mayor, a sequel
Well, it's
to
simple.
Philly.
Sequels are an opportunity to correct the mistakes of their predecessors. We've all made mistakes, and we've all caused harm to someone we love in order to cover up our mistakes. When developing this particular sequel, it's important to start by thinking, what mistakes did the original Stanley Parable make? Well, first off, most of the pornography in the original game was stolen or pirated, and it's time we paid the licensing fees fair and square. Second, the Stanley Parable was catastrophic for this man named Leroy, whose personal information, including home address, social security number, and bank information, were all displayed prominently in multiple locations throughout the game. Although Leroy's money and identity were stolen, the fact remains that his personal information was the emotional core of the game and absolutely vital to a nuanced understanding of the story. As reparation for the harm we caused him, the sequel will contain a brief and insincere apology to Leroy, tucked deep within the game where it will be difficult to find. Finally, the Stanley Parable made the mistake of leaking too many government secrets about the nature of the Time Wars. Without these intricate details of specific military tactics, the story is likely to make very little sense. But we've decided to remove them from the sequel in the interest of helping the state's efforts. We'll get to you yet, Time Dracula. Now then, it's time to set about constructing the Stanley Parable 2. Game development is a difficult and complex art, one which can only be fully understood by this race of hyper-intelligent child soldiers bred in laboratories. They begin by studying the original Stanley Parable. Here it is in its raw, untouched form, a specimen of technological perfection. Time to exploit it for profit. We begin by adding jokes. The Stanley Parable was most widely known for its stark lack of humor, bucking all conventional industry wisdom. It was a bold artist statement that its developers stood firmly behind. But in 2022, it's impossible to reach even a single consumer of video games without jokes of some kind. So very well, jokes it'll be. During its development, over 500 kiloliters of comedy will be funneled directly into the core of the Stanley Parable 2, creating jobs for hundreds of machine operators and producing 30,000 tons of pollutant chemical byproduct, which will be pumped directly into local lakes, rivers, and beautiful nature reserves like these all over the country. Another common complaint of the Stanley Parable is that there wasn't enough gameplay. And so for the sequel, its developers have gone to great lengths to fix this problem. Here we can see gameplay being printed onto sheets. Every video game contains as many as 1,000 sheets of gameplay, and several of the largest games ever made contain close to 1,500. On mobile devices, the gameplay sheets have to be printed smaller. For the Stanley Parable 2, as many as 35 new gameplay sheets are being printed, each of which must be delicately massaged by the hands of a child before being added into the game. This man is stealing gameplay sheets from the factory, which he likely intends to use for a personal project he's been developing in his spare time. A good public stoning will cure him of that inclination. Let's check on Gregory real quick. Ha! Still recovering from a hard day's work. Don't you move a muscle. Next up, it's time to blackmail the press. In a competitive market, blackmailing your local journalist can be one of the most effective methods of creating word-of-mouth buzz for your sequel. In fact, blackmail is the currency of social progress. From your neighborhood grocer to the teacher at your school to the man who helps you steal HBO, everyone responds to blackmail. And if you've never done it before, it's easy to practice at home on your friends and family. Simply follow the instructional pamphlet that your teacher hands out after the end of the film. And finally, there's one last tool at our disposal for making the sequel feel fresh and exciting, and that's packaging the game with collector's edition merchandise. If you order the Stanley Parable 2, you'll receive this cow's egg. A single egg will produce over 1,000 cows, which are, of course, the sequel to pigs. And there you have it. Everything there is to know about producing the Stanley Parable 2. Of course, you may know that there is also a game titled The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. So which game is the true sequel to the Stanley Parable? It's an excellent question, Billy. One which the child soldiers have been working round the clock to come up with an answer to. And after many weeks of diligent research, the conclusion they've reached is, who gives a shit? All that matters is that it's more content for you to cram down your insatiable gullet. You don't want thoughtful and nuanced answers to complex questions, Billy. You just want to eat bubble gum and cheat at hopscotch. So get out there and consume. Do your civic duty and bully your parents into buying you every version of the Stanley Parable 2 on every platform. Tell your friends to bully their parents as well. It's through community efforts like these that the world comes together, in harmony and connection. And it's only through this connection that we'll defeat Time Dracula once and for all. Don't let the time-traveling vampires win. Buy the Stanley Parable 2 and pledge to support all sequels for today, tomorrow, and into the great unknowable beyond.
Oh, Billy didn't make it. Oh, poor Billy. Ah, crap. I accidentally closed the thing. That was great. Let me pull it back up though. We weren't done. We weren't done. Nina's it's yeah, see that was they stole Moon Inc.'s training film. Can't believe they did that. Cows, Pig 2. Yeah, all this from a QR code. Poor Billy. Yeah, F's for Billy. He only made it for 3 years. Well, the direct YouTube link. That's new. Hang on. If you're more of a prequel sort of person, check out the Stanley Parable. Thanks for stopping by and enjoy the rest of the exhibit. Join the Crows Discord or follow us on Twitter. I'm afraid to click links. Oh, there you go. What's going to happen to my go outside progress? Well, there we go. That was amazing. Good spot on that QR code. Oh, look. Stanley Parable 2 Reassurance Bucket. It better be better than the bucket that's in Age of Calamitous Conan Exiles. So we can go to office decorations. We can go to the infinite hole. That sounds fun. Oh, we're not allowed to take screenshots, guys. Just remember. No screenshots. Stanley Parable 2? Maybe. Ooh, we get collectibles. The button that says the name. The jumps. Oh, they got the jump circle. I'm glad that's making a return. New updated ray trace. More of the same, but in a good way. Sequel to the... Consistent quality with just the right amount of change. It's buzzing over here. The baby is all grown up. And it's bankruptcy. Yeah. Oh yeah. Don't. Hang on. No screenshots. Hang on. Notes to make a bucket trading card for Conanigans. I know, I broke the rules. I took a screenshot. We get a whole new office. That's good. All right, let's check out the button that says my name. I want to hear my name.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Let's do it. I'm going to horse jail. Oh no. Don't send me to horse jail. I don't want to go to horse jail. They can't. I've already been sent to horse jail. I was banished. That's why I'm here. I got banished. right. Say my name. Let's say it.
Jim.
Sorry,
Nailed
I
it.
should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I
All right.
promise you'll love it.
All right,
Okay,
hang on.
here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim,
Yep, I'm
falling
picturing
in
it.
love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
Oh,
If
yeah.
so, then please step forward and press the button.
Okay. All right. I'm Jim. I've had a rough life, but you know, I've had my ups and my downs, and I just, you know, some days it's too hard, and you know, it's not easy being Jim, and you know, sometimes all you want is just to, you know, someone out there, just, you know, you're walking down the street and you just want to hear someone say your name. That's all. Just say my name. Say Jim. Say Jim.
Jim.
Yes, you see?
Ooh.
What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Oh, yeah, hang on. Yeah, I can't do this too quickly. This is like, hang on. Let me really get into the mind of Jim here. Let me do it. Hang on. Oh my God!
Jim.
There we go.
It hits even harder the second time.
yeah, there we
If
go.
this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
That was amazing. Wow. Hello, I'm new. My name is Jim Dude VD. Please be nice to me. I have to I gotta get in character. Maybe we can.
Whoa there,
Whoa,
cowboy.
sorry,
Sometimes a person
sorry.
can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
I'm Jim. I'm Jim. You can't take this away from me. I'm Jim. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my Twitch channel. I'm Jim. I'm Jim. Give me the button back. I'm Jim. I don't know who else to be anymore. How do I not be Jim? I can't go back. I can't go back. I can't not be Jim. Moon, I don't know who Moon is. I'm Jim. I'm Jim. I'm Jim. I'm Jim. I'm Jim. I can't go back. All right, look, I'm brave. I'm a brave Jim. I'm brave. I can't. All right. No, I'm all right. I'm okay. I can't. All right. No. All right. Okay, guys. Like, I'm Jim. I'm Jim. I can't do this, guys. I can't do this. I can't not be Jim. Who's Jim? Is anyone Jim? Where's Jim? Jim.
Oh, hey, a bit.
Dear Jim, this is Jim.
I know times are hard, but you are a strong, independent Jim who don't need nobody.
I can't find Jim. Jim. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what happened there. That was weird. Ugh. Ugh. So, how are you guys doing? Welcome. All right, don't worry, I'm fine. I'm back to my normal self. It's Jim. Moon. I'm Moon. Jim was just this character I was playing. You guys, I wasn't being serious. You guys know I'm Jim. Moon. I'm Moon. No, it's fine. It's the right. You guys remember Moon? Give us Jim too. Okay. All right, that was something, wasn't it?
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable too. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Jim? Oh God. Jim. Jim? Who would be Jim? Moon is Moon, not Jim. Yeah, Moon is Jim. No, I mean Jim is Moon. Moon is Jim. Moon. I don't even know anymore. I'm getting real confused here. All right, do we want to go see the reassurance bucket? I feel like after that experience with the button and really kind of just getting into the character of Jim, I need some reassurance. I really need some reassurance. So,
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable.
Can
you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be?
Hang on.
The bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
There you go. Got a bucket. Please work like the Half-Life gnome. Oh dear. All right, let's pick this baby up. I could use some Jim. Hang on. Let me. Oh. Wait.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Oh, yeah.
I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket
everyone.
seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Hey everyone. I'm feeling a little, feeling good about myself. So, you guys, I'm glad you're all here. You coming to see me? Did you like what you see? Huh? Of course you do. You guys all want to come see this really just good-looking horse? Oh yeah, this is a great time. I'm gonna keep this bucket, by the way. This bucket's of mine. All right. You yeah. Oh yeah. Everyone having a good time? Oh yeah. Hopefully you're all having a good evening. This is you all deserve it. You all deserve.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Well, I'll tell you what game doesn't get it. Conan Exile's mod Age of Calamitous. Terrible bucket. This bucket right here, this bucket is the best bucket. And let me tell you, you guys, I'm glad you're here with me. You're here with me in the presence of the bucket. You know, this is what we this is a bucket of the people for the people and the horses. Come on. You know. Yeah. What are we enjoying this? We could I mean, let's go check out some decorations, right?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Hey, look, Mr. Narrator. You go with what you want. You don't have to worry about it. If you feel like balloons are the way to go, you throw balloons in there. Gonna grab me a screenshot though, you know. Oh yeah. Well, you know what? We're a little bit trapped in here, but you know what? We're not trapped. We're chilling in here. Oh yeah, we gotta check this out. Where do we want to go? You know, Get Well Someday or Happy 12th Birthday, Stepnies?
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Hey, that's fine. Don't worry about it. You made a choice, and I'm proud of you. There you go.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Hey, we get a free and easy achievement. Oh, the jump circle. I'm gonna have to check that out. Let's make sure we're covered on everything. Settings world champion. Hey, there's an infinite hole over there. Hey, let's check out this new content.
Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
You know what? It's fine. I got the reassurance bucket with me. I am perfectly okay. Nothing gonna bug me. Hey, free achievement. Sit down there. We'll check it out in a minute. Ooh, free achievement.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Hey, I'm not scared. I got reassurance bucket with me. Nailed it.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
There actually more? We can go out. I don't want to go out yet. Will ever receive your new achievement? No more steps. Just work. Hey, hey guys, it just works. Let's go get it. Let's go get this achievement.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
All right.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Ah, you know what? Got a reassurance bucket here with me. I'm fine.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
We haven't seen the infinite hole. Go there. Is the achievement there on Steam? I don't actually know. I haven't looked. Well, they've added science to this, so this works. And it just keeps going.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game.
Why?
This is in
Because
fact
it's science,
a
that's
hole
why.
that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Nice. All right, Bucket. Come on, let's go. Okay, I'm digging it.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Now, oh yeah, that was my favorite bug. Now it's in the hole.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole?
It's in the hole.
To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite?
Where's your moon?
It's
in the hole.
Then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top
Worried
of
more
the
about
hole
the
and
space
we can move
octopus.
on.
What
I'll
space
just be up
octopus?
here when you're ready.
Blah! Hey, my new mug's down. Hey, look, the new mug's down here. That was my favorite. Fine.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh.
Yeah.
Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Of course I like holes. What's wrong?
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much... Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. Is this starting to become a thing? Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot.
An aggressive divot.
How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
I'm just being a little goblin. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
Hang on.
Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
Wait.
You couldn't bear to be away from the hole.
No.
And now you'll get more time with it
Don't leave me.
than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone.
Don't leave me.
You get to be with the hole. I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
I still got the bucket. Asshole. Uh-oh. There's a phenomena happening. It's happening, finally. I'm becoming science. I'm using my powers to create an infinite whole. I can do it. I can feel it expanding. This whole stream is just magic. I can change my perception.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's strong.
My little Stanley science is magic. That's what she said. I mean, that is what she said. No way to say. Why am I covered in blood? As many times as I get asked that.
Stanley! Stanley!
What? Hey, it wasn't.
Good, you're awake.
Huh?
It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back.
I'm for it.
Toodle pip.
Toodle pip. Let's do it again. Become infinite. Damn it! No. I'm back here.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Like that I still have the bucket. Aware, alert, alive, a-hole. Oh, there's something new up there we haven't been. Can I go back to the infinite hole? I want to go back to the infinite hole. I was having a good time there. Curse you. Closed me out. We'll find stuff. We'll get around to it. Wait, this is the exit. I don't want to go out. Is my button back? Can't go back. I can't go back to being Jim. It's too long now. I don't know how to...
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Now it's a mostly infinite hole. Settings world champion, huh? Wait. Wait, enables content warnings that deal with suicide, trauma, and mental health issues. Did I get an achievement for that? I wasn't even paying attention. Oh, I need the achievement for getting in there. Oh, I see. I'm just No, I'm not ready. Okay. Pretty much been everywhere. We got the bucket, decorations, epilogue, collectibles, infinite hole. Map. Jump circle.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now? So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment.
I'm ready for it. Let's
arrange
invest.
these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is.
Let's do it.
I give you the
ready?
Stanley Parable 2.
Hell yeah.
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement.
Yeah, I'm not ready to invest in that.
Yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Hell yeah.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh, we're doing it. Here we go. It's happening, guys. Again, world first here. Taking a look at Stanley Parable 2. Welcome everyone to my stream. We're Do you actually keep this? There we go. You guys see this here first. Stanley Parable 2. Nelly, we're investing. All my jump drinks. Not jump drink. Yeah, all my drink stocks. Let's toss that in there. I bought them out. I bought them out a while ago. So there's no competition against Squat Juice. Junk drinkers are knockoff brands.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
I'm liking this. So
And
far,
then
it's off
one
to a
day,
strong start.
Something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened.
You want
This
relish now? Hey,
complete
Brockmasters.
isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his... Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Ooh. Blocked me off. So, yeah, strong start. You can see key differences, like, you know, that rope there. I'm digging it so far. You know, it doesn't stray too far from the original while being its own,
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it?
Oh, hi. Hey, bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
You see the Silent Hill mod for Fallout 4? Is it a new one or an older one? Because what was it called? Like, it wasn't called Silent Hill, it was something else. But it had things like Siren Head in it. Whispering Hills, that was it.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
No, we're not gonna do it.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
I trust the bucket. In bucket we trust.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
Has the bucket done anything
Perhaps this was
to be
where the
undeserving of
bucket
trust?
felt
No,
most
see,
truly
exactly.
home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home. Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
Bucket space. You ready to move on, Bucket? Is it time to move on? Tell me what to do, Bucket.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
In the interest of brevity, every ending, the bucket is an alternative version.
Good, said the bucket.
The bucket cut is
now
best.
Ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Bucket wants to be filled with blood. We haven't got this way yet.
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone,
said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
The true way to define with contrarians, puppets. Bucket and I have a nice home. Hey Bucket, how you doing? Hello Stanley, it's me, Blunt. Press R to take me to work with you. Alright. We'll go to work.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Can't actually interact.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Let's go back to work.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively
bucket,
transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Ah, Bucket. It's been a hard day. Let's go home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Ah, you cook such delicious stir fry. Alright. Bucket, I can only listen to you. They're trying to cancel Bucket. Are we having bucket soup again?
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of
bucket.
Shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Of course I do,
Yes,
Bucket.
I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Oh, a bucket. Oh, we can't stay up all night, though. We gotta go back to work.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Oh, bucket. We've had a hard day at work. Let's go home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. No, 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 no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks.
I'm
What's wrong with
home.
me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Guys, don't watch. Oh, bucket, you set all this up just for us? It's been a long day. It could be a long night.
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Ugh. Did everything taste bucket there for a second? Ugh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back.
I wonder
to
what
the
happens
meeting
if
room.
we...
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room.
We go together.
Go somewhere else.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Hey, Hired Pwn. You know this is going to need a supercut, right? Absolutely. Hey, the rope is gone.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place
You gotta do
to
it with the
be.
bucket.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him.
What if we
It
defy
should have
the
alarmed him, of
bucket?
course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point."
Oh.
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here?
Sorry.
Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Oh. Oh, they're trying to take me and the bucket apart from each other. Bucket is a new character. Jim is not Moon. I mean, Moon is not Jim. Did Jack actually manage to get a bucket in this game? Yeah, there's only Jim.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
Ah, this should be easy.
Right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Of course not.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed
you're
recreation
trying
of a
to
bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
No, it's not. I know a bucket when I see one.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Absolutely.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor.
It's a bucket.
An enormous machine that tills the earth.
Yeah, a bucket.
Gimme. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible.
Do you not know what a bucket is? No, that's a bucket.
Is this a bucket?
Of course.
Correct. This is a bucket.
See? I don't know what a bucket is.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Of course it is.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
It's the only bucket I've seen.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Well, look. No theater is my favorite theater.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with.
I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry.
Do not.
I'm going to erase all buckets
No.
from the game.
Don't you do it.
Okay.
Don't you.
Here we go.
No, don't do it. No, bucket, no. No, I can't.
What happened? Is everything gone?
You took
Why
everything.
did everything disappear? Wait.
It was a bucket.
Was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets.
Yeah,
okay?
see, it was...
And we'll know that it's all a bucket.
It was all
But
a
if you run
bucket. It
into
always
anyone
has
else,
been.
Maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What? Yeah, what is life if not a bucket? Whole life is bucket.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Right, for the 10 or so minutes you've been here, you've learned that Jim is a bucket and Stanley doesn't like heights.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Aw.
You see, your friends and I are
Intervention.
concerned
Damn it.
for you, Stanley.
No, no,
We've
no.
come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're
No, dude,
carrying
don't
around
do this.
everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content.
You can't
We're
do
the
this.
ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this
do
bucket
this to
that
me.
they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes,
wanna
yes,
go somewhere
that's
new. I
what
have the
fans
bucket.
want. Let's do it.
Listen, Moon, I know it's hard here. No! No! A bucket. A bucket. It's a bucket. The bucket's staying with me. I don't need any of you. I don't need any of you. You know what? It's just me and the bucket. You know what, guys? I don't need any of you. Just me and the bucket. Just me and the bucket. I don't need you. You go away. You all go away. I don't need any of you. I just need the bucket. The bucket and me and the bucket. And it's just gonna be. I don't need you. I don't need you. I don't need anybody else. Just the bucket. Oh, hey, Broom Closet. How you doing? Any of you? I just bucket. We just need to get away, bucket. We just need to get away. Just get away. We're just gonna get away from everyone. No one's gonna take us away from each other.
Whee!
It's gonna be fine.
Look at that wacky line. Who
No,
knows
get
where
away.
it'll
I
go
don't
off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Stop. No. No. Can't do this. No. You're not gonna force this on me. Bucket, don't listen. Bucket, cover your handles. We're not gonna listen to this, okay? This isn't how it's gonna go. We're going our own way. The line just happens to be going this way. We're going. No. not listening to you. We're not following the line. What happened? We're just...
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
I'll give you up. I give you all up. I give the narrator up. I give the broom closet up. I give the adventure line up. I give everyone in chat up. It's just me in the bucket now. That's all it is. It's just Moon in the bucket. That's it. Moon in the bucket. Moon in the bucket. Adventures of Moon and Bucket. That's all it is anymore. Moon and Bucket. That's all I need. I don't need anyone else. I don't need Twitch. I don't need anything. It's just Moon in the bucket. Just Moon in the bucket.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
No.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
No! You can't do this
I think
to
it'll
me.
make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality
traitor!
that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
You betrayed me! You've all
Can
betrayed
you guess
me!
what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley.
You're all my enemy.
Say goodbye to the bucket.
You're
and
all.
then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
You've all betrayed me. You're all my enemies. That's all it is. I've been happy here with the bucket. I've been happy here with the bucket. It's just me and the bucket, and then you're all jealous. You're all jealous. You come and you go, oh, Moon's having so much fun in the bucket. Moon is so cool. I wish we could have fun with Moon, but no, Moon's spending all time with the bucket because the bucket's cooler than us. We know that the bucket's cooler than us. Nobody deserves to be with Moon other than the bucket. Everyone knows that the bucket is the best thing in the world. And doesn't. We can't stand up to the bucket, and you're just all jealous. You just want to take it away from me. Honestly, it's just the problem. Oh, Bucket. We've had good times, haven't we, Bucket?
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Top 10 anime deaths of all time.
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
That's right. Me in the bucket forever. Moon 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 in the bucket forever.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Forever. Moon in the bucket forever.
He'd never be alone again. Not truly alone. Not with the bucket around.
Moon in the bucket forever. Moon in the bucket forever. Bucket destroyer? What do you mean bucket destroyer? There is no bucket destroyer. The power of love and friendship between me and Bucket, we defeated that terrible and awful enemy. This is what happens when love and friendship triumph. Say Jack in the Overlook Hotel from Shining. What do you mean? What do you mean, Iron Pone? What are you trying to say? Iron Pone, are you trying to get between me and Bucket? You don't want to do that. You don't want to get between me and the Bucket. Bucket is forever. Bucket is my friend. Bucket. Bucket. Anyway, Bucket's ready to go on adventures.
Hey Moon, did you hear the Bucket has a hot sister? Her name is Pale, with an even bigger capacity and some other handles.
Ooh, wait, hang on. Nelly's done modding. Hey, Bucket, I hear you got a sister. Bucket is very good at carrying liquids. Blood is a liquid, just saying.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
What happens if we...
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
All right, so if we go down there,
Stanley
it's just
took the door on his
intervention.
left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
You know, after a heavily draining and busy week, this is exactly what you needed. You love the stream. Thank you very much. I gotta admit, this game is helping me deliver quite well. I mean, Bucket's helping me deliver quite well. You like Bucket, don't you? You guys like Bucket. Bucket's the one that's doing this. Bucket is the center of the show. Me and Bucket together. Me and Moon and Bucket forever. You remember that, right? Moon and Bucket forever. All right, Moon and Bucket forever. To get some sleeps. It's nearly 1 a.m., but you couldn't miss the chaos. All right, Light the Unicorn. Have a good night. It's better become a running joke.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic in the header and throw some bevel on that text. This will ensure everyone is unique. You most of all. Who's the main character though? You were the Bucket? Well, we're co-stars. We share. We're together in this. So why are you trying to pit me against the Bucket? Are you trying to pit me against the Bucket? Is that what's going on here? Again, you guys are jealous of the Bucket, and you're trying to get me and Bucket to separate when you guys are jealous of me. Again. Can't believe you guys. Here I am streaming in front of everyone, you know, really pouring my heart out and wearing it on my hoof. I guess I don't have sleeves. And you guys are just, you know, can't believe you. Your dreams of the future? Yeah, you shouldn't tell your future dreams. That's dangerous. Tips for not getting fired. Talk less. Do unbelievably amazing work all the time, every day, with no exception of promotion or recognition. Don't get fired. Now, clearly, the bucket is the main character, and you're the psych. Can't believe you do that to me.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of
I didn't put a filter on this.
Simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply
Next stream
that
is
you
just
and
a
the bucket
bucket
are
in
not
Moon's
truly
place.
deep and lasting friends.
You're
That your
gonna send me a
relationship is
present?
purely superficial and convenient. That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Just an entire mail truck packed with buckets dropping off at Moon Store stuff.
Okay, I've
can't
got you
replace my
something which
bucket.
I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Oi.
There. Now
there
it's
we go.
settled. No more debate. No more discussion.
It's property of
Take
Stanley.
a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
I'm not moving over either because the bucket and I are together.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket.
Yeah, but the sticker
There
itself
really
is a
wide
bucket.
variety of applications for this sticker.
Oh God, sorry guys, I didn't realize broom closet was gonna go off like this.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
It's not a sticker, it's a tattoo. Ooh. Actually, yeah, you kind of got a tattoo, didn't you, Bucket? Ooh, looking pretty good. Alright, Bucket. You know what? We don't have to take this. Aren't stickers just discounted tattoos, though? Well, it depends on how long you wear it, right?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Hear that, Bucket? Just me and you.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket?
Get it away.
Terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket.
It can't get its essence off of me.
The rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it.
I'm the Pegasus. I can
Far
do this
off in the
normally.
distance now he heard it calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me!
No, you're a lie. You're not my bucket.
He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come
to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him.
Welcome!
He didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella.
Redemption Blue, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated.
But of course, she had
you came right on time, right when
she would soon have to confront at work.
I've been suffering not having a bucket.
Heck yes, she thought to herself. My life kicks ass.
I lost my bucket, guys. Hello. How was your stream, Safi? How was it? How'd it go? What was you up to? Nobody in my chat has been respecting my time with the bucket. They've been trying to get between me and the bucket. Just working on some art for Comprep. Oh, nice.
Gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Gift sub in the channel.
Oh, Foxball, thank you for gifting the sub. Check my Discord. Okay, hang on.
Hey, what'd I say about puns?
To jam them up, mate.
That's right.
Okay.
There's that. Oh no. Oh no. Hang on, I gotta show this. Nelly made something. Hang on, let me Nelly is making cursed things again. Or actually no, you know what? It's the best thing ever. Hang on a sec. See, look. It's me and Bucket. We've had a child. Bucket and I have had a child. Look, isn't it beautiful? It's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Really about to say it's not a bucket. Everybody, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Hopefully your stream went well and everything. You're doing art for some con prep. Which con is it? I know there's a couple coming up. Hang on, let me. Moon and Bucket forever. Moon and Bucket forever. Moon and Bucket forever. For TrotCon. Oh yeah, I need to get that function working. Because I actually haven't figured out how to do that yet. Actually, just, if you can, post a full link if you could, Nelly. I only have the regular command ones, which I actually have forgotten to use. I really need to get on that.
That's a lot of nuts!
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I wanted to go to TrotCon this year, but I'm dealing with immigration stuff, so can't really. I wanted to go to Galacon too, but it was like immigration stuff.
The good old Bucket. Just Stanley and the Bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
Going on adventures.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
All right. Considering we'll go the right way this time. It's basically the same distance. Trust the completionist instinct. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation room, they feel pointless. What is agenda? How to tell you spotted one? Makes them float in the air. Who took these pictures? Oh no, what is happening? Also, thank you very much, Nelly. Yeah, there's Safi Pone. I've been to their stream before. They do some really good artwork, and you were, when I went to your stream, were you playing the pony game or were you doing art? I think you were playing the pony game. I think, and also, Yon Sen, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. I do believe you don't know the power that is in your presence right now. What, the bucket? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was trying to remember. Cause I remember that night we were like, we were raid surfing. The day the game came out, like we were raid surfing each other. Power of Foxfall is one of the most generous and fantastic lads you've ever encountered. Oh, really? I appreciate it. That is awesome. There will be a reward for finding them all. Mission status. Inside of a sequel is a large room, a lot of boxes. We found the one under the stairs. Some were both red and blue. Nearby a fireplace, a private but smelly place for an important person. Oh, this is where they are. So wait, I think I know where the fireplace is. We can't go back to the red and blue. Okay.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
What kind of portal situation is this? Trying to set up your opening, set up day opening songs and streams heavily distracting you. Should have screenshot. We'll get through it. Me and Bucket, we've been having a good adventure.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the Bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh, there's the other one.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the Bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the Bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always.
Yeah, as the boss, but everything's a Bucket. We know this. We learned everything's a Bucket.
Inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the Bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk.
No.
Nor in his bliss of simply being near the Bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
I'm in blissful unawareness.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Yeah, I forgot about that 8.
2845.
Such blissful awareness right now. Me and Buckets.
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo. Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Nice.
Me what friendship could mean.
Brimstone Banner, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not...
So I guess I should introduce myself to you raiders.
Comforting him.
I'm so like, I'm Bucket, okay? I'm Bucket. That's all it is.
Feel right. The Bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
The game has done brilliantly at introducing me. I am with the Bucket. The Bucket and I are one. I only play games with me and Bucket. It's just me and Bucket. There's Bucket and I. Bucket, 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 Bucket. Bucket, Bucket. This is Bucket saying Bucket, 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 Bucket. Yes, but normally, yeah, I normally play a variety of games. I'm here 4 days a week. I play all kinds of things. You're the only insane staff sane one on staff right now, and I know I really had to raise you up. Loves rats. Yeah, I do have my ratties. Loves science and hates Celestia. Well, we might have determined it was Twilight that banished me, because I outscienced her. And she made Celestia take the fall for me.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
We need to... What lore have you missed? Soon you'll have the Hatsune Miku MLP statue. Oh yeah, I forgot all about that thing. Let's see, we're coming to the realization that, you know, it was probably Twilight that banished me. Because, you know, I outscienced her. So she banished me, but then she kept trying to make it look like Celestia did it.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
It's you and me, Bucket. I ain't got no worries. I'm brave with you, Bucket. Nothing can stop us. Moon supports the new Lunar Republic. Look, I'm lunar aligned. All right, Bucket. The world has, you know, tried to roll me. And if you know, the world doesn't want us to be together, Bucket, so we'll just go. Bucket, we're going to become one.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be.
You shut up, narrator!
It puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death?
We're gonna become
this
one.
This is what Stanley thought to himself. And he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere.
You're a liar.
Farewell, Stanley.
We're becoming one.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws.
Don't take
In
this
a
from me.
single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
What? No. Bucket, no! Bucket, you're still with me?
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest.
No!
It was a glorious
Bucket,
to
no!
behold.
This game will do that. Bucket, no! Bucket is still with me! Look, Bucket! 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 I can't see it in my hoof. Bucket! Bucket. Bucket's not. Bucket. Bucket's not in my hoof, guys. Bucket. I'm gonna be sick. Bucket. The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were? in the ignorance and darkness. Guys, I think you all need to learn about Bucket. Really want to know what her rats are thinking right now, just hearing all this crazy talk about buckets. Well, one of them's eating, so I think he's just thinking about food. Yeah, and the one of them's thinking, it's Tuesday. With Carla Milk Bucket. All right, let's go learn about Bucket.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
They're not wrong. I was never truly good enough for a Bucket. Bucket was always better than me. Bucket was better than all of us. You know, and I had a short time with Bucket, and I knew I was lucky. I knew that for a brief moment, this Bucket chose me, and we could spend a brief, fleeting time together. And I knew it would pass, and the Bucket would eventually move on, because Bucket has to move on. You know, a Bucket cannot contain, you know, I cannot, you know, I can try to, Bucket can contain me, but I cannot contain Bucket. And that is just something that is a harsh reality that sometimes we have to accept, you know. And as much as we want to contain Bucket like it can contain us, it's just fleeting, and it's beautiful. And there's a longing sadness in all of us that we just want to be with Bucket. Let's go into the Heaviside layer to be worn as a jellicle into a new jellicle life. I mean, look at all these buckets, you know? There are far more than 25 buckets in that photo. 25 buckets. A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. Photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. No, there are actually 25 buckets in this image. But what you don't know is that when you try to take an image or like a photograph of a bucket, not even film itself can truly capture even the physicality notion of a bucket. The you know, spectral and ethereal nature of a bucket are actually so radiant and so strong that they actually do radiate onto film. And so, yeah, there are 25 buckets here, but this is what our spirit, our souls are perceiving that has been planted on the film itself. Yeah, a bucket with two handles. This bucket is depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death for just for attempting it. This is true. You know, in my time in Equestria, had they known some of the experiments I was working on, I would have been banished sooner. But you know, Moon Inc. Was prototyping a bucket with two handles, but we realized it's too soon. It's too soon. You can't contain it. Photographer could only count to 25, so the bucket is too good. I think you're beginning to lose your mind now. It's just bucket down hamster wheel up here. That's a lie. You have bucket with two hands. I'm afraid, Iron Pone, you actually don't. It's a common misconception that people often think they have a bucket with two handles. Turns out It's actually one handle. It's just, it has to do with quantum mechanics and the vibrations of a bucket, that it's actually a single handle, but you're perceiving it as two handles.
Why? Because it's science, that's why.
I know buckets. I know. Like I say, I spent many an hour with a bucket. I know bucket. I miss bucket. I miss bucket, guys. You had a bucket with no handle. May have been your bed. Then the FBI came and took it, claiming it was too powerful to be kept alive. I miss bucket, guys. The Inferno buckets. A replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet in spite of all, the simple fact remains, no one can control a bucket. See? This is what we're talking about here, guys. Where do we want to go? This way. See, the stress bucket. The stress bucket analogy. You know, you toss your worries, you toss your, your forecasting in, negative thinking, lack of reassurance. You know, what they call stinking thinking. Put that on a bucket, and you have a tap with vulnerability equals the size and strength of the bucket. Coping strategies are holes. Rest and relaxation, doing something for you. There you go. So the stress bucket, presented without commentary. You really, you have to just take it in. You can only just take it in. Ah, yes. The cave drawing. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of a practical use of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. And see, this is what I talked about, even as a pony, the bucket chose me and chose to give me some time together,
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Madam, I'm a horse. Remember this. She gets confused. She's been in the presence of the bucket. She gets confused. The hanging buckets. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance, inevitably, is for our own good. Same with equinety. We can simply never reach the... Hey, a hole! Oh. I could reach the bucket. I am worthy!
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision for...
We are one. And Bucket and Stanley are no longer Bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. anywhere. Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Getting there.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours.
Bathroom 6
But
is
alas,
totally a bathroom
no
stall,
stickers.
trust you, you know.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
There you go. So he said 2845. Okay.
Stanley guessed the correct code by
Sorry,
sheer luck.
my rat wanted to go
Was
to the
it
top of the
bucket
cage.
knew all along? Was the
So I let
bucket
him up
guiding
there.
him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
You've been playing this game yourself, still comes up with new surprises. There's a lot in this. So much stuff. I hit up, not down. Are you gonna... There's a paper bag on top of the cage. And I just saw my rat come out from under the blanket tent to pull the bag under with him.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
About a bucket of rats, it would be the best thing in the world. Having a fun time with that paper bag.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
How about a bucket of 7-foot rats? I'm gonna keep hammering 3. Just hoping for something tricky.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something.
Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate? No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
It's okay. You don't have to say anything, Bucket. We are one.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories.
The definition of insanity?
Stories of his dreams and hopes
Failure.
and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
It's this game. There's a photo of this game under the definition. You know, I don't know what you
Stanley
mean.
and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
Not gonna talk this time? Oh, maybe I had to get off the elevator.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work. For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
How we did it, the pyramids. Live, the guy who went to Mars. But we're live on stage. An evening with world peace, baby. The Minecraft. That sounded like a Minecraft door. Stanley Parable's Stanley tonight, live on stage. The man, the process, the myth, the legend, the parable. Stanley from the Stanley Parable. Q&A with the world's first sentient machine. Doing great. Conversation with Alexander the Great. Alright.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
What the heck is this? Congratulations, Stanley. Remember where you came from. Your co-workers. 427 needs... Oh, wait. That's my office number. That's right. Or that's my employee number, 427. Indoors monthly. National Geographic. Is that actually National Geographic? It is. Alright, they're about to call me on stage. The dude who came up with pizza. Love that guy. Big fan. Big fan.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Since when could I frown? I actually have always been able to. It's just very tricky to do.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
Oh, there's a figurine finders committee meeting today. Like how we basically just keep finding new ways.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket
purgatory, straight up purgatory.
Monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently,
it's okay.
reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Don't worry. We'll get through this together. You don't need to worry. The stocking room. Best purgatory you've played.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
I knew it! I knew it! I don't know if the room simulator ever becomes the thing that might take the cake.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way. The bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
The amount of bucket-related content in this edition means the game is legit almost doubled. Yeah, I know. It's like there's so much they've done with it. Well, we've got to do the bucket ending.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
Oh.
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped?
Oy.
Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
What?
An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty.
Oh, bucket.
Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face.
Bucket, you can save yourself.
This building did not want the bucket to leave.
Bucket, you can save yourself.
The facility itself recognized the incredible
I'll throw you over.
Of the bucket.
Go without me.
Needed the soothing warmth of the bucket. Would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Ultimate sacrifice intentions there.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Ah, the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
God, there's so much.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
All right, now we gotta do the one. Now we gotta actually turn the machine on.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket.
This is some serious ramen time moments.
Everyone in the
Back,
office
don't
was
blow
being
up the world
videotaped,
for your
monitored
bucket.
like guinea pigs.
Overlords while you're
Bucket
gone.
had never seen anything like this.
I'll
and it
I'll
very
do
nearly
whatever
burst
Bucket
into
demands.
tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Oh.
Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Well, it's perfect.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
What else can we do with the bucket? Have we taken all the corpses with the bucket? Hey. Oh. I've made it to Stanley Heaven. Oh. Just push buttons. Coming back on? Coming back on. I can't turn them all off. Never really went downstairs going to the manager's office, have we? Yeah, with the bucket we went downstairs. There's anything more to this. Think there's anything more to this? Do I just live in Stanley Heaven from now on? Live here now. Literally just me pushing buttons. Look, this is heaven, right? Well, I obviously can't push all of them, so because they unclick after a little while, so I'm thinking this is just all it is. I don't think there's anything more than that. Or maybe there was. Maybe there was something more to that. Right.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
So now, let's see. Is there anywhere we haven't gone with the bucket? We've gone the escape route. We've gone downstairs. We've gone to the living space. We've gone... went to the intervention. I don't think there's anywhere we haven't gone with the bucket. Alright, bucket. Tell you what, this time you chill here. We'll figure out what's going on. Back in the world, still here. I went
when
to
Stanley came to a set of two open
bucket
doors,
heaven.
He entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. it was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Let's see. If we...
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story
I
has
literally
been
spent
about
30
nothing
seconds
but
pressing
you
button.
all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
You can't go through there with the bucket.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Wait, is there? Yeah.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better
It's
encapsulates
bad that you want to write a
the
fanfic
intrinsic
involving
sense of
Moon in a
happiness
bucket?
that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Buckets of fun.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Oh, hey.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
It's beautiful. So pretty. It's becoming an anus. Yep. Rectum? Hardly knew him. It's a space anus. It's a spanus. You're with it. What, you don't like the spanus?
No, wait. Where are you going? Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
I'm
Please,
without bucket.
no,
I can't
Stanley,
do
let
this
me
without
stay
bucket.
Here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing. No! Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
What?
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
It's okay, my shins are in my pelvis, that's alright.
Is this really how much you dislike my
science,
game?
that's why.
That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along.
Now my pelvis is in my skull.
That was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Fanfare for narrator's sorrow.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, stick around, Bucket. It is a really sad one.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left.
Yes, we will go this way. So that 2 to go.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Yeah, that one's a really sad one.
No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused. You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
Hey guys, I got the broom closet ending. It was my favorite.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Oh, well, wait.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right. When you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Finale to Conan Exiles announced. It all ends in bucket. See, broom closet is. I find that concerning. Okay. Fine.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Have I stretched and hydrated in 5 hours? Look, this isn't about me. Have you guys stretched and hydrated in the past 5 hours? This isn't about me. This is about you. Look, I'm not shrimping, okay? I'm not shrimping. And actually, I've just emptied my can of Dr. Pepper, so it's now empty.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
It's like 2 a.m. No, it's no, it's not 2 a.m. here. It's 3:30 a.m. All right, I got a bottle. I've got a bottle of water here too. Yeah, that's better than 2 a.m. I normally stay up till like 6 a.m. It's normal for me. The bucket likes it when I hydrate. Don't you bring don't you get Bucket's name out of your mouth. Oh, wait. I forgot. When is this? When did this open? Wait, 6? Really are playing back the old pizzeria over there? What? Announcement, more hydrate. You have to listen to your mod. I can change that. Didn't you retire? Wait, Nelly, you said you were quitting you were quitting modding. Because you were jealous of Bucket. Got better. Doing a little shaker. Shake that flank. Yeah, we're getting a shaker. Really feels like you're back at BronyCon. Elevator times. Wait, are we? Yeah, it's a vibe in elevator. I don't think it goes anywhere. Even if I hit down. Nice, Snelly. Like how all 5 of the pulls are equally balanced. Alright. So we didn't get... Business, business strategy.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Oh. Well, this is nice.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
No, no Sabaton.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large
Sanshiro.
door that read Mind Control Facility.
We'll do this one. We've done the
lights rose on an
normal end.
enormous
We need to
room
do
packed
the
with television
other
screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running
There's a
from
way, I
button
just can't
to
remember
button,
it.
screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's
I forget how this works.
But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
No, you... Ugh. What happened? There's a way to beat that, and I can't remember what it is.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wait.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
If only I had a bucket during my time of need. The bucket knew. The bucket knew how to do it. I forget. Is there?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley
Still
knew it
this
perfectly
way.
well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
I actually missed what the poll was you put up. I didn't see it.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Hydra. It was a hydrate poll.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Oh, you dick. Stop this.
No,
Yeah,
no, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking?
Idiot.
It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way. No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler.
We've
Quick,
seen
Stanley,
this.
Close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
Don't stop.
And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track.
No, let's not,
Okay.
don't.
From the top.
No, don't restart. Ugh, damn it. I mean, it ain't a spoiler if it's one. I've gone through it a few hundred times.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Fine. Bucket's gone. Bucket's not here.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors?
No.
Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
We'll go through this one. We'll go through here. To adventure, we'll find a story. It's here somewhere. Who knows what you did. They're just holding back to let you torture yourself. What? Guys, I'm a little... Hello?
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
No, don't.
Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress
No,
by
don't
starting
you do
over and over again. But it's got to be better than this.
No.
Okay, let's give it a shot. Why
Please,
not?
no. Don't. Stop doing that! I feel like I lose a piece of myself every time that happens.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I go to the cold place when that happens.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from.
No,
Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Can I go back? Okay, yeah, we can go back. We'll figure this out together. Well, let's turn that off.
Aha!
And
I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Sounds like a good idea. Let's,
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Oh, thank God.
Congratulations!
Ooh, we won.
I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job.
Thank you.
No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that
Like
win.
hell I didn't.
Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is.
This is fine.
I don't care what might happen this time.
No.
I have
No,
to
no,
restart.
no, don't you... It goes cold when that happens. Stop that. I will get a boot button eventually. It's on the list of things I gotta do.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
All right. We can do it. Let's,
You see? The line knows
Sure, this
where
is
the
fine.
story is. It's over in this direction.
Isn't
Onward,
it best
Stanley,
cutting you
to
away?
destiny.
Getting away from the world and
Here's a
placing you
thought.
into a fixed point in
Wouldn't
time.
wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct?
Hang on.
Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that.
You know what?
Ugh.
I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Notice this.
Cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
You will be quizzed on this. Alright, we're good.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Wait. Oh, I can't take this anymore.
Oh,
to hell with it. Restart.
Oh, please don't. Touching my hoof. Oh, I'm back.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story?
What was nothing?
Exciting,
Nothing was touching
daring,
it.
Mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction? Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything.
Get me a scarf.
What do you want our story
or a
to
hoodie.
be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Yep, I'm okay. Let's oh, there we go.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Just ignoring it. We're ignoring the line. We just happen to be going in the same direction. Bye.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity.
Anyone else asking how a line to story the ceiling?
Here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
It's got power.
So I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it.
Good. Take the power back.
And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now.
Yes.
We'll find out, won't we?
We're fine.
Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Aiding a bucket and then oh, I'm back. Oh, hi guys. I was gone for like 6 months. What happened? Guess I'm back here.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
Hey, bucket's back. Let's see. We'll do one more. Because it is getting late. Sorry, we can't go back into those areas.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We will go...
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think
Still have to go up
we've
there
gotten
without
off
the
on the
bucket.
wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really. I'm not.
There is
I
a thing
realize
over
that
there.
investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do. Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful. Stanley
Yes,
had never
there's a
seen the
Stanley
office this
Arena over
brightly
there.
lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
How do we do this? Oh, I see.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all.
You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Let's just reload me back. Oh.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path.
It's all been a recording.
The office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the...
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
I'm sorry. Bastard, you reset again. All right, we'll do another. That was incredibly short.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? There's an ending, a magical one? Which one? Which one you want me to aim for? Climbing the desk in the first room? Which one? Oh, wait, I think I know what you're talking. It's not this one, is it? Fuck's sake. It's back here. The one near the window?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
You mean out here? Oh, this one. It's this one, right? Oh, is it back out in the first room? You mean out here? Well, this one. How do you climb it? Oh, wait. Oh, right.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the
Forgot about this
until
one.
he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game
I
structure
entirely forgot
and
about
its
this one.
examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
I have to reset, don't I?
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone? Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption,
I can forgive
and its
you,
crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
said the bucket.
Not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise,
I'm not going
we
with
would
the
have
bucket
easily been
unprepared.
overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless.
You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
You guys thought I was stupid. You think I was gonna go around with a bucket and not know the incantations on how to defeat it?
Alone. Finally. This is great.
Can't believe you guys didn't have more trust in me.
This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
We gotta do one more thing.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind.
Would totally be silly Moon as a magical science pony.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
You guys sat there and thought this whole time. You thought this whole time. Oh no, I can't live without the bucket. Oh, the bucket means everything to me. You guys, of course, you guys, you know, I'm sitting here.
Good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here.
I know what I'm doing.
You'd find this place eventually.
Can't believe you guys.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite
Put the bucket
jokes,
down now.
not this bucket that they've never seen before.
Who believed that she had fooled her chat, telling them that the bucket hadn't truly taken over her mind, but in reality, she was only lying to herself. A sad tale to be sure.
The Adventure Line goes somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Way ahead of you. Way ahead of you, narrator.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into
I
the
cast thee into the pits of hell. Damn ye buckets!
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying
let it go.
buckets is all it knows.
Oh, no.
That is its singular personality trait.
Help me! It's got me!
I hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality
can't let it
trait
go.
deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer,
I don't know how to
you'd see
drop
that its
it.
desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and
Help.
nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The
I'm
Broom
trying.
Closet? Certainly not. I wonder
I'm
what sort
trying.
of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the
I can't
Bucket
drop it.
Destroyer is
It's
getting
attached.
very
It's
upset
fused
now.
to my
You
hoof.
hurry and
I can't get
we
rid of
can't
it.
Get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters.
Help me.
Adventure
Save
Line
me.
Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly
Whoa.
now, the fans are waiting.
I
Do it
can't
for
drop
fans,
it's,
Stanley.
it's,
Give the
oh, it's
fans
crawling
what
up
they
my
want.
it's crawling up my
Hurry
foiling.
The Bucket Destroyer My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of
They
it
weren't gonna let
squandered
me
now.
destroy it.
Goodbye.
This is
new
never the
friend.
end. This is never the
For the
end. This is
moment in
never the
time
end.
that
This
you
is
were
never
here,
the end. This is never the
you
end. This is
were
never the end.
Magnificent.
The poison's in my blood. It's already in my blood. I'm already dead. Don't you get it? Ah. All right. Well. There's still more to do, but we've been playing for almost 6 hours. This was great though. This game is great. Like I say, I've played the original Stanley Parable. It was really good, and the sheer amount of stuff they've added to it is amazing. It makes it really worth the play. Bryce Busky, who's off the keyboard. Filled with buckets and Jim. Thank you for the stream. It was a lot of fun. I'm glad you guys liked it. I know, there was so much extra stuff in it. We haven't even got it all yet. There's still stuff that's to be done. Jeez. My goodness. In fact, there's still a load of achievements I don't have. Actually, no, there's not a load of them. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's actually 6 achievements. Holy shit. They have a new go outside achievement. Don't play Stanley Parable for 10 years. So the other one in the original game is don't play Stanley Parable for 5 years. This one's don't play for 10 years. No, iPhone, don't you dare. Don't you dare. No. Don't you bring that up. This game was a load of fun, and I mean, if it wasn't obvious, I had a lot of fun with it. A lot of giving me an opportunity to act out and have a lot of crazy fun moments. Goodness me. I don't know how much there is left, so I don't know if it's worth playing any more of it. At least on stream. I could always do it my off time, and maybe for you guys, you want to play it yourself. It's a really good time. It's a really good game. Oh goodness me. But yeah, that was that was a load of fun. I'll have to figure out if we don't play this next week, which we might not, because I don't think there's enough really content left to warrant another full stream of it. I'll have to figure out what will take its place. I'm not exactly sure. I hadn't really planned on us finishing this today, but I figured it might be the only stream anyway, but I don't know. But that'll be decided for next Tuesday. Have I played the new pony game yet? Yeah, I played it last Friday. I've already played it. It was a good time. Incredibly short, but yeah. You just formed an evil plan in your head. You love it. Uh-oh. Oh, goodness me. Who do we want to raid? Who do we want to raid right now? Let's see. I figure we should, right?
Nice.
Buena's doing a charity stream and Choya's live. Yeah, that you're right. Lucky Bun is doing a charity stream. What are they doing it for? What's the charity for? the trans empowerment charity stream. Oh, that sounds really good. Bun is trapped in the ball pit for 3 hours. Okay, so apparently, I don't know how this is working. How is this? They've got like some kind of mechanic going on. I don't know what it is, but they're in the ball pit. All right, we'll raid Lucky Bun. Lucky Bun's really cool. Let me see. With that nice, I bid thee farewell. It was a blast, like always, in Moon. Until next time, yes, 3 hours in the ball pit. He's reading a book and also doing shenanigans. Okay, it's a very bad book. All right, yeah, we'll give them a raid. So yeah, thank you guys so much for joining me. I had a blast playing this. It's been, I mean, I enjoy a lot of the games I play, but it has been a while since I've played a game that I've had such a crazy blast with. This one was just hilarious and fun to get to act out, and it was a really good time, and I'm glad you guys enjoyed it too. Let's see, what is tomorrow? Tomorrow's Wednesday, so I'm off tomorrow. Are you streaming tomorrow, Nelly? Or are you taking tomorrow off too? But yes, I am off tomorrow. I will be back on Thursday. Thursday, you think so? Okay. Let me go ahead and do a link for you. You're going to be doing Doom Guy Cyberpunk. Sounds good. All right. Yeah, so there's a link to her. Thank you guys for the raid early. Thank you, Saphapone, for the raid. Thank you for the gift subs. Thank you so much. I very much appreciate it. We'll be back on Thursday with Fallout 4 modded zombie invasion survival. It's been hard, but it's been fun. And then Friday we've got some Conan Exiles shenanigans as usual, where we play it for too long and go about crazy. So all right, guys. Well, it's about to pop off. Have a great night. Have a great Wednesday, everyone, and have a great start to your June. That's when I'll be back. Or have a great start to June. Bye.